chief in Atlanta don't know what the hell he's talking about. I know when I have a bad day, I'm not showing up trying to kill people. So I'm tired of this playbook. Okay, I'm tired of this playbook. That somehow our lives need to matter less. So what I want to say is that do your part, amplify the stories of Asian women, donate and give to Black-led, BIPOC-led organizations, okay? Show up the way that makes you feel that you need to show up. And make sure that when you come out to places like this, you don't go home and get to sleep a good night while others are dying every day. So I just need to say that. And I also want to name the women who got killed yesterday, because
say their name.
I don't know where my sex workers are, my hospitality workers. Raise your hands. I know y'all out here because we need to give you the mic. Okay? My nail salon aunties, my massage parlor aunties, they need to have their day up here. And I don't know why it took so long, and it's still taking so long to get their names. I want to know how they lived. I want to know what they loved. I want to know how they lived their fucking life. I don't want to hear about white boy having sexual addiction. Selena Ashley Wan, Yao Ji Tan, Dao Yu Feng, Julie Park, Hun Jung Park. Remember their fucking names. Thank you.
All right, we'll get Tom. You're on deck.
Also, it's getting a little cold, but there's also Twin Cities Relief is here. It's one of the organizations that I've been working with since the beginning of the movement. They always have had my fucking back. So if you guys want something that's like hot, obviously we're going to be here for like another 15 minutes. So Tom, sorry, please limit it to 3 minutes. But yeah, so if you guys are getting cold, get some hot beverages there. They're also going to be there when we come back for the march.
Julie Park, say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Dao Yafeng, say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. I want to introduce this brother of mine that's been out here boots on the ground for a minute. Came all the way from Michigan to hold space and to march with us. Give it up for Tom Mosley, y'all.
Hey, so thanks everybody for putting on an event here for Asian people. I know for our Black and Indigenous brothers and sisters, it's a constant thing. So I appreciate the attention for for our people too. So some of you guys know that I was adopted to a white racist family, also in a super racist part of the country. Man, it was tough growing up there, as a lot of you can imagine. Some of you guys know. So it's been difficult for me, coming from a white family, to find a place where I belong culturally. And coming here, being part of the movement, has been one of the first times I really felt like part of the communities in my whole life. Another thing that I wanted to point out is the common false stereotype that a lot of Asians are well off financially and all that shit. I mean, people of every race make it, and there are a lot of impoverished Asian communities that are financially oppressed just the same by the same system as anyone else. So fuck capitalism for that. And then, to touch on that again, at the end of the day, life is choices, and no matter what color we are, we all have the same opportunities to make bad or good choices and have a positive or negative impact on the world.
Okay, so this is your
And then,
right here.
despite what our own struggles are,
And the smaller the number, the more the
we all
background is going to be
suffer,
blown
everyone
out.
suffers.
And the higher the number, the more
And
everything's
it's,
going to be in
it's
focus.
important to stay away
But
from
the higher
this
the number,
Olympics
the
of
more light
suffering
you need.
bullshit.
So 5.6
Because
is
jealousy
really
and
good for
envy
people who are
will
standing with
only
each other.
destroy the movement
But
as
you
a whole.
could probably
destroy
crank that all the way
communities.
back as far as it will go.
I know it's also
4.5,
hard sometimes
so that you're getting the
as
most
a
light.
non-black or
We're starting to
native
lose
person
light
of
now.
color to find a
it'll
place
also
in
not
this
make your
movement where you
flash
feel like you
pop up.
belong.
Because that thing's
But it's, I think, like for anyone,
Yep.
no matter what color you are, if you focus on your individual talents, find what you can do to be effective in your own way. Just focus on that and don't let anyone give you any shit. You'll have a positive impact of your own, and you'll figure it out eventually. The stuff I did a bunch of solo protesting back in racist rural Michigan, and I had the opportunity to get connected with a bunch of families who have lost loved ones to the police. So an important thing that I learned pretty early on is that we have to stand with all the people that the police kill, no matter what color they were, because they treat all the families the same, and they don't care who the hell they kill, they're just out to kill, period. So, before I end here, it's important to remember why we're doing what we do out here. If we're doing this for personal gain, selfish reasons, or clout, or anything like that, you're only going to cause, negative results. So just, be there for your people in the most genuine way you can. And as usual, I'm going to end with a fuck 12, fuck the police, and all cops are bitches.
I always appreciate you, Tom. When people say keep that same energy, Tom don't need to hear it because he's already got that same energy forever. Always got the same energy. I want to know if there's any young Asian folks in the crowd that want to take this mic right now. This mic's here for you.
Alright, Steve.
Take it up, brother.
Hi everybody, my name is Steve. I'm Filipino, yep. And you ain't even have to ask me what I am for me to tell you that. I take pride in my shit. I rep my shit. However, if somebody asks you what you are, all my Asian brothers and sisters, you don't own shit. You don't own an answer, you don't own nothing. Whenever anybody ever asks you any question, you always got a right to ask them, why you asking? Now to the matter at hand. If you are committing violence against others, you ain't shit. If you are committing racism, violence in the name of racism, you ain't shit. If you're committing violence against women, you ain't shit. And if you're committing violence against elders, you all the way ain't shit. That's some fuck shit. That is some white inferiority shit. You want that smoke? You want that smoke with others? Who the fuck are you? Damn. Alright. So, another thing, inspired by Yoda from Star Wars. Little wise man got hundreds of years of wisdom. Ignorance breeds fear. Fear breeds anger. Anger breeds hatred. Hatred breeds violence. So every time you say some ignorant shit, think about where it leads to. Think about who it's hurting. This goes with the problems that the Asian community is facing, with China virus, you know what I mean? You know that phrase? Alright, I'm gonna say a few scenarios, but I just want to say that all of this shit starts from the highest levels in America. All this ignorance, all this violence is starting from the highest levels in America. With the problems that the Asian community are facing, with China virus, man, how the fuck you gonna skip COVID? How the fuck you gonna skip Corona and go all the way to the most ignorant fucking choice you got? And this isn't just an Asian problem, right? When you say immigrants are criminals and rapists, you enable all that bullshit happening on the border. When you paint black people as criminals and super predators, you enable all these black lives getting lost to police violence and mass incarceration. When you call Muslims terrorists, you enable all of this fucking anti-Muslim hatred, these mosque bombings. all these forever wars in the Middle East. Ignorance affects all of us. That's why we all gotta stay in solidarity with one another. That's all I gotta say. Fuck white supremacy! Let me say that back. Fuck white inferiority!
Who else? We got room for one more.
Right here.
All right.
There you go. You can speak after the march.
Hi everybody. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for everybody who's already spoken. It's been a
We got your back.
thank you. It's been a difficult day. I mean, it's been a difficult year for a lot of people. But yesterday kind of triggered something in me. And so I'm just a little bit more emotional. So all I have is this poem that I wrote. And that's all. My father stares as I'm reading my world politics textbook. An air of admiration. English is good. There's a ticking bomb that forms at the back of my throat. I can't carry a fluent conversation with the very people that look like me. Yet his smile is the widest when I speak to him in a tongue he can only comprehend half of. I want to say, it's bigger than this. Chapter 1. Whiteness's soulmate is purity. Keep us captive in these cages. Cut our throats open so that we may remain cooked in order to see if they like the taste of our culture. Chapter 2. Expect us to go to their mass each Sunday morning. Equality to them is seeing you on your knees worshiping them like they're your God. It's why Jesus is not Asian, nor a woman, nor black, nor brown. He is white. Chapter 3. They look in our eyes and think they know everything about my history, yet they still think China is Asia. They've grabbed my body long enough for me to understand that I'm only the little submissive China doll. Chapter 4. His mouth heavily carries Vietnam with him. The American flag has been dragging his tongue around. He has no time to fix his accent. Chapter 5. Equality to them is like spitting the word in my face while simultaneously choking the air out of me until my eyes widened, my hair dyed blonde, my mouth silent, my mind nothing but an empty nest for them to try to empower me in a room full of them with the word diversity. See, I don't just speak two written languages. I speak two cultures that never seem to quite fit right on my feet, and I am tired of trying to wear shoes that seem too big or too small, bouncing between two countries because they'll never because they won't ever be mine anyways. And my father, he's still staring at me with these gazing eyes. The silence made me realize that he's more proud of me for being closer to them than him and I will ever be. But Father, all I have is the skin that you protected me with, is these eyes that you have provided me with, this blood coursing through my veins, keeping me alive. Both Taikong. Can't you see? It's bigger than this. He looks at me, distaste clicking on his tongue. Nothing Andikanoi. My child, just speak English. Thank you.
We want to introduce Alicia Gibson, who is here from the neighborhood. Alicia, are you here? Alicia's nearby. All right, if not, she's way in the back. Do you want to speak real quick? Come here. Please and thank you. Alicia, while you're coming up here, we're going to have somebody else speak very quickly. We want to get going before sundown. Come on, Alicia.
How you doing? All right. I just want to sing a song a little, and I'd like to get a beat from you guys, please. This is how I react to hatred. I've got symptoms with side effects. I'm addicted, baby, I am proud of it. I am the boss, yes, I'm in control. All these melodies cannot control my soul. You make me bust through the screen, kick down the doors. One look in your eyes and I melt to the floor where you can drag me away. Lock me on up, throw away the keys, 'cause baby I'm infected with love, yeah. Hey baby, I'm infected with love. Sometimes I lose it, I'm slave to the music. I'm couldn't choose this. Well, I'm only human. Well, all these walls, I'll knock them down. I don't fuck around. Nothing can stop me now. You make me bust through the screens, kick down the doors. One look in your eyes and I melt to the floor. Well, you can drag me away, lock me on up, throw away the keys. Baby, I'm infected with love, yeah. Baby, I'm infected with love. And I miss you all. I miss seeing you smile. I miss hugging you. I'm infected with love. You can lock me up, but I'm infected with love.
Hajimemashite, Alicia Gibson, Tomoshimasu. Sansei, dozo yoroshiku onegaishimasu. My name is Alicia Gibson, and I'm third generation Japanese American. I want to give a shout out to all my Japanese American moms that I walked over here with. This is for my mom, who lives in Oklahoma and doesn't have an Asian American community. For the first time that I can ever remember, last week she posted on her Facebook basically an FU to everybody that was asking her about her squinty eyes. That has never happened before in terms of what she has posted on Facebook. I'm sure it's something she's experienced before, back when she was a lot younger, in the 50s. So I remember thinking when she posted that, wow, what's going on? And then we had this week. So I want to root just my comments here in Japanese American history to give some context, but I want to definitely show the solidarity with Asian American history and Asian American people. But I want to point out that there are people that live in this neighborhood, there are people that live in my neighborhood across Hennepin, who have had family members that were put into concentration camps in the United States of America. And the trauma of that experience for every single family, it was a cultural genocide. The shame that people felt after being in those camps, largely, it destroyed community. One of the things about the Japanese Americans, especially in the 1940s, is that they were transnational people. They gave a lie to the idea of xenophobia and nationalism because they thought of themselves as both American and Japanese. And they were punished for that. So I want us all to remember that we are more than whatever identity is imposed on you from the outside. You are more than American. You're a human being. And you belong here on this planet. One of my favorite words in Japanese is kokoro. Does anybody here know this word? Yeah, kokoro. There is no word in English that it can translate into. When you look up in the dictionary, it'll say heart, but it's not heart. Another definition might be mind, but it's not mind. And another definition might be spirit, but it's not spirit. It's all of those things. And it's not an addition. It's not heart plus spirit plus mind. It is an idea that you are all a unified being of all of that. And I love this word because it speaks the lie to the way that the Western world divides. It is a constant division. Mind versus body. Black versus white. Male versus female. That is not who you are, and that is not who we are. You are your kokoro. So I want to end with all of us. Close your eyes, find a space to rest your eyes on, and imagine what it would be if you were seen and experienced the world through kokoro, not as a divided subject, but as a unified subject. And I also want to end by saying that this is a moment that should show us that leadership matters. The words that people in power use, they matter. It matters when the president is speaking words of hatred.
Yeah.
It matters when local leaders use words of division. And I want to challenge all of you that it matters what words you use. So the closest word for me to kokoro is integrity. And what I challenge us as individuals and as a culture, as a people, is to live with integrity. And finally, I want to say that my mother grew up Japanese in a place with no community. But I look around, that is not true for us. We have community. We are a community. And we are here in solidarity with Asian Americans. We are here in solidarity with Black Americans. We are here in solidarity for the idea of community itself. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Give it up for Alicia, y'all. Shout to your girl. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. I know that we're getting a little long-winded. We're going to get marching in like 2 speakers. Isis, if you want to come up really quick, give it up for Isis L, who's been out here boots on the ground for the youth. Give it up, y'all.
I'm Isis. I run an organization called Minnesota Youth Justice. Thank you, Anthea, for organizing this and also asking me to speak. The first thing I want to say is to everybody at home who was angry and horrified when Dylan Roof walked into a Black church in Charleston and shot 9 people, you should be just as angry and horrified as what happened yesterday. Because it's the exact same thing. We're going to call it what it is, a hate crime. Too many of you sit in nail salons and get your nails done by Asian American women, but you are silent when things like this happen. Like my friend Sign says, you can't love the... Wait, put your sign. You cannot love the culture and hate the people. Also, So to what Louis said earlier about racism against Asians didn't just happen when 45 became president, but how many bombs have the U.S. dropped and tested on Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, Marshall Islands, Philippines? So napalm and Agent Orange on human bodies and across forests, built U.S. military bases on rice paddies generations of farmers have cultivated. It's not enough when when 45 uses the term the China virus. How many Asian Americans have faced racism by being called racist slurs or talking about how they look or their families? It didn't just start with Donald Trump. This has been going on since I was around in school. I've seen racism happen against Asian Americans. So when you see that happen, you need to say something. It's not okay to stay silent anymore. We can't let this keep happening anymore. So when you see something, say something.
Thank you, Ed. When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
And when we talk about solidarity, we talk about that amongst all communities. And I want to introduce somebody who has been teaching solidarity and has been educating other folks about solidarity throughout college, throughout on the streets, at movements. It's one of the coldest, one of the dopest elders that I've come by in this city. Give it up for Mel Reeves, y'all. I'm kind of watching the crowd, and it feels like folks are a little shy, a little laid back, and not so sure of themselves. Let me tell y'all something. The reason they kill us is because they want us to sink away. They want us to slink away. They're sending a message to us that we're nobody. But I'm here to say, I hope y'all agree with me, that we are somebody. In fact, I want you to say it with me. I am somebody. Say it like you mean it. I am somebody. I am somebody. What all this racist hate is about is they're trying to convince you and me that we ain't nobody. And mainly because of the colors of our skin. Don't make no mistake about it. You may be closer to white, but you ain't white. I'm going to say it again. You may be close, but you ain't there. And we all have something in common out here. If you're not part of the 1%, I got bad news for you. You're in this crowd too. Okay, you ain't got no money, you don't count either. And there's something wrong. When I speak, I always say, don't blame these I don't want to say that, but don't blame these folks that's doing stuff. Blame the system. Like the sister said, blame the system that keeps doing this thing. This ain't happened overnight. They've been after Asian folks for a long time, right? They've been after black, indigenous, and people of color for a long time, right? And we got to stop saying BIPOC and daggum it. We got to mean it, right? When you say people of color, you got to mean it. That means that we all stand together, right? Yeah. You got to mean it. I want you to repeat after me. An injury to one is an injury to all. An injury to one is an injury to all. An injury to one is an injury to all. An injury to one is an injury to all. An injury to one is an injury to all. If you don't remember nothing else I said today, never forget that. Because that's how they're able to do what they do to us. Think about the kind of system we live under, where somebody who's supposed to protect and serve you stands up and says in front of you, the man was having a bad day. Can you imagine that? No, he wasn't having a bad day. He was a racist dog, a racist pig. That's what he was. Of course he was. And we live among racist pigs and cows. That's what they are. Who the hell runs around pushing down old people? Yeah. And you ought to get mad about it. You see, you ought to get mad and fight back, dadgummit, because they're trying to tell you that you're nobody. That's what this is about. They're trying to say that you ain't nobody. Talk your shit. Right? That's what they're saying. They're saying if you black, you ain't nobody. If you Asian, you ain't nobody. And don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. They might think they may be winning right now, but they're not gonna win forever. Because guess what? There's a lot more people of color than there are white folks. And there's a lot more all of us. There's a lot more poor folks and people of color than there are rich folks, aren't there? So make no mistake, y'all. I had a lot of notes, but I got excited. I got a few points I want to make. But if nothing else, the real point I want to make is that this is systemic. And that we have to identify with one another because we are human beings. We have a society, you realize that they try to convince you that we're not all human beings. You're this, you're that, right? If you're gay, step aside. If you're Asian, step aside. If you're Native, step aside. If you're brown, step aside. You're black, get all the way back, right? That's about dividing us. And while they divide us, they sit back and laugh all the way to the bank. And you can't sit back. I notice again, people seem like they were bashful, they were shocked. You got to stand up and fight back. You got because they've been doing this from the beginning. They started with our Native brothers, didn't they? They started with my people. You know when I'm talking about slavery. Anybody ever heard of Chinese Exclusion Act? Right? Yeah. So think about this country, right? A bunch of our Chinese brothers came over here and built up the West Coast. Yes, they did. Built the daggone railroads, and after you finished building the railroads, they said you got to get out. We don't want you no more. You can't come in. You got to know who you're dealing with. That's the kind of people that support this guy. That's why people are killing folks, because that's the kind of system this is. And they keep preaching this racism. They've been doing it for a while. What kind of country decides that it's going to lock up its citizens because they're going to war with the country? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The Japanese internment camps, right? They went to the Philippines. They've gone to China, right? Every time they go to war, if you notice, they don't go to war with no white nations. They always go to war with people who look like us. So you know what? I'm just an old dude, but I like to use my common sense. It makes sense to me if a whole lot of folks are against us, then maybe we should come together. Make some noise that makes some sense to you. We gotta cut this crap out. I heard some of my Asian brothers get up and make the point, and I don't want to beat up on nobody. There's some of the Asian brothers and sisters, have bought into that whole idea of Asians being like the cherished minority. No need to beat up on folks. You got to start from somewhere, right? So we're here now, and we're giving that crap up, right? Because it don't benefit us. It don't benefit us, does it? Because they're attacking Asian folks. They're attacking brown folks. They're attacking black folks, which tells me again that we must have something in common, right? In order to fight back, we've got to come together. When you raise your hand, you see these 5 fingers? I can't do much with these fingers separated. When I put them together, they make what? A fist, right? They make a fist. Put your fist up. And I want to say all power to the people. 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 If we stand up, we can fight back and we can win. Because this is systemic. That's why we got George Floyd's killer on trial right now, because they hate us. Make no mistake about it. When folks are killing you, it ain't because they like you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Right? We got 6 sisters that are gone now. When it wasn't an act of love, it's because folks hate us. And we have to stand together. And it's our job, especially you young people, to create a world where we don't have this foolishness going anymore. Right? So it makes common sense. I told you, I just based off on common sense. If I live in a system where they keep doing the same kind of crazy stuff over and over and over again, right? It's going to dawn on me that maybe we need to change that daggum system. What do you think? Right? We have a system, right? We have a system, you can't walk down the street if you got a little color on you without the police harassing you, right? We have a system that if you got a little color on you, you may go to school, you may not get an education. We have a system that can't even give us all health care. Something's wrong with that, y'all, right? And we got a system that can't tell the difference between a crime and a hate crime. That was a hate crime, right? Was it not? Yes, it was. So what kind of people can't figure out what a hate crime is, right? And so what kind of country do we still have hate crimes? I'm done. We have to create we have to create the kind of society that we want to live in. Right, Shanita? We got to create the kind of society we want. We are human beings. And we have to create a society for human beings. And at some point, the folks who don't want to act like human beings, we got to push them out of the community. You hear me? But it's y'all's job to create a society where we are human beings. We can live like human beings, right? We can be taken care of, have housing as human beings should have. Be able to go to work and make the kind of money to take care of your family. That's what human beings should have. You follow me? All power to people. Give it up for now, y'all. All right. I'm going to say it like Jaylani says it. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? All right, everybody, just as a rule of instruction, stay behind the truck so you don't get hurt. If you're in front of it, the marshals can't protect you. Marshals, eyes out, not in, please. And everybody, let's make this march in solidarity for the sisters that were lost in Atlanta. We marching for them. Remember why you're here.
Alright guys, so I'm gonna try and teach you guys some new chants. I hope it works. I've always done it for Black Lives Matter, so I hope it works for you. It's gonna be really easy. Grant, this one. And it's just like a classic cheerleader chant. I'm gonna say, give me an A. You guys say, A, I got your A, I got your A. And then when I say, what's that spell, I think it's pretty easy. Alright, give me an A. No, you guys are give me an A. A, I got your A, I got your A. Give me an L. L, I got your L, I got your L. Give me an S. What's that spell? What's that spell? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an M. What's that spell? What's that spell? Sorry, I'm not used to this. I literally haven't left my house in 4 days. I was fighting a GI bug, so I'm like really tired. Do it again? Do it again? Okay. Give me an A. Give me an L. Give me an M. What's that spell? What's that spell? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an M. What's that spell? What's that spell? Watch my back, I'm under attack. You got my back. You got my back. I got your back. I got your back. Watch her back, she's under attack. You got her back. You got her back. I got her back. I got her back. Watch my back, I'm under attack. You got my back. You got my back. I got your back. I got your back. Watch my back, I'm under attack. You got my back. You got my back. I got your back. I got your back. Asian lives matter. Asian lives matter. Sex workers matter. Sex workers matter. Sex work is magic. Sex work is magic. Asian lives matter. Asian lives matter. I also don't know if this makes sense. Again, I'm tired, but we're gonna do a little rendition of something different. It's gonna go no justice, no peace, take to the streets and fuck white supremacy. Alright. No justice, take to the streets and fuck white supremacy. No justice, take to the streets and fuck white supremacy. No justice, take to the streets. No justice, take to the streets.
Give it up for Anthea, y'all. Repeat after me. Lordy, Lordy, don't you know?
Lordy, Lordy, don't you know?
Hate crimes have got to go. They lock them up and let them out.
Let 'em out.
Ain't no justice in this town.
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 Father, Father, don't you know?
Father, Father, don't you know?
Hate crimes have got to go. They lock them up and let them out. Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town. Well, if it's up to you and me. Well, if it's up to you and me. All my sisters could be free. All my sisters could be free. All my brothers would be free. Everybody could be free. Lordy, Lordy, don't you know? Hate crimes have got to go. They lock them up and let them out. Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town. Julie Park, say her name. Say her name.
Julie Park.
Say her name. 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 Tell your face. Say her name. 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 Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of the people don't say what?
Ain't no power like the power of people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of people don't stop.
Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, we're here.
You can shut that shit down.
Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, we're here. We shut this shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, we're here. You shut this shit down. Boots, 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 boots on the ground. We're here, we're here. You shut this shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, we're here. You shut this shit down. Okay, now boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, we're here. You shut this shit down. If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, if Shasha don't get it, if Shasha don't get it, if Shasha don't get it, if Shaja don't get it, if Shaja don't get it, if Shaja don't get it, if y'all don't get it, if y'all don't get it, if y'all don't get it, if Delania don't get it, if Delania don't get it, if Delania don't get it, if Julie don't get it, if Julie don't get it, if Julie don't get it, if Dion don't get it, if Dion don't get it, if Dion don't get it, if the Sexers don't get it, if Sexer don't get it, if Sexford don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, boots, boots, You shut this shit down. Boom, boom. Boots on the ground. We're here. You shut this shit down. Boom, boom. Boots on the ground. We're here. You shut this shit down. Okay. When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? If my lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? If black lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? If my life is under attack, what will you do? What will you do?
Say, I am somebody. I am somebody. I am somebody. I am somebody. Tell me what community looks like. 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 If Cheshire don't get it, if Cheshire don't get it, Cheshire don't get it. If Cheshire don't get it, 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 Julie Park don't get it, if Southdown don't get it, if sex workers don't get it, if Asian people don't get it, if black folks don't get it, if brown people don't get it, if brown people don't get it. Fist up, everybody. We're gonna take this lake. We're gonna take this property value. We're gonna take these property values. We're gonna show them what community looks like. Your kids may have heard some cursing. You may have gotten interrupted. But let me tell you something. It ain't like interrupting your life. You ain't getting your life interrupted. Let's make Humanity Jones proud. Fist up, y'all. Boots. Boots. Boots on the ground. We're here. Just shut this. Louder, boots. Boots on the ground. We're here. Just louder. Boots on the ground. We're here. Just again. Boots on the ground. For Asian lives, we mobilize. 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 This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. This is 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 what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what community 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 looks like. The people united will never be defeated. 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 Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop.
If we don't get no justice, if we don't get no justice, boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, we're here. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. If we don't do it, if we don't do it, if we don't do it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, if agents 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 don't get it, this is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. Give it up for yourselves, y'all. If you know this one, just follow it up. We here. We lit. Okay, we here. We lit. We. What you doing? We here. We lit.
We're taking over this shit.
Okay, we here. We lit. We.
Taking over this shit.
Okay, we here. We. One more time, we here. We. Again, we here. We. Who are you? We. Okay. Again, we here. We. Okay, we here. We taking over this. Okay, bow down, Babylon, Asian people, line up, we ready. We coming. We coming. Bow down, Babylon, Asian people, line up, we. Bow down, Babylon, Hmong people, line up, bow down, Babylon, Korean people, line up, we coming. We ready. We coming. Bow down, Babylon, black people, line up, we. Bow down, Babylon, brown people, line up, we. Say, hey, ho, ho, xenophobia's got to go, 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 hey, ho, ho. White supremacy's 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 got to go. White supremacy's got. When I say who's the enemy, you say white supremacy. Who's the enemy? 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 When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do? When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Asian lives are under attack. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Hey, hey, ho, ho. Xenophobia's got to go. 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 Hey, hey, ho, ho. Hey, hey, ho, ho. White supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. White supremacy.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. White supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. White supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. White supremacy's. We're going to wrap up with a few more speakers. I want to tell you, raise your hand if you've been a person of color in a white space. You know how that feels, right? And then sometimes things happen and you don't know how to explain that to another person. It's just a feeling. And you almost feel like you can't say anything, you can't identify with anybody, you just can't relay that story. There's no explaining it. It's tough to put words to, but we've all felt it. All of us in here that got some melanin in us, we felt it. Now imagine being the one person in a suburb that's right next to a few sundown towns, which sundown towns for y'all, for the youth out here, and even for folks that are older, sundown towns started in Minnesota. If you don't know what a sundown town is, look it up. That's real. This ain't the North. This is just the Upper South. All right? Don't get it twisted. The North is Canada. And even that's racist there. Try being a black hockey player in Canada. Yeah, folks are saying they want to go to Canada if they want to leave here. Cool. Good luck. White supremacy's everywhere, brother. But we got a sister here that's been speaking out in the suburbs, organizing in the suburbs, mobilizing in the suburbs. And I've been down there with her, and I've seen the homies pull up. The Caucasity pulls up in the pickup truck and starts fake shooting at people. It's real. They don't want you there. It's like Mel said. If they liked you, they wouldn't kill you. If they liked you, they wouldn't kill you. Give it up for Kaya Hurt, y'all.
Hey, thank you. You guys are amazing, and I just want to say, as someone who really treasures and loves the honor of holding space for my black brothers and sisters, Native brothers and sisters, BIPOC folks, LGBTQ plus community, houseless, currently unhoused community, like seeing you all come out for Asian lives, like it really, I'm just gonna be honest, it really gets me. Like, it really gets me, and I want to thank you. We got your back! Woo! And I want to say something because this is personal. A lot of times I'll get up here and give you a lot of statistics and have you chat with me, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I just want to say that I'm a Korean-American adoptee, and I don't know if any of you guys are Korean-American adoptees, but it's a weird space. Because sometimes you don't quite feel Asian enough. But you all are my brothers and sisters. And I decided instead of a kind of a political speech tonight, I'm just going to read a little thing I wrote. And please don't laugh because I'm way out of my comfort zone. Woo! We got your back! Little ones, maybe mom and dad or parents, plug their ears because I'm gonna get adult for a minute. Fuck your hate. Tell them again. Fuck your hate to you I don't rate. A place at your table, a place by your side, a friend in your home. Damn, you ain't even tried. I can work in a lab or play in a symphony. I can make you egg rolls, but man, that's not shit to me. Can I be your friend in the end? Can my life be more than a K-pop trend? Do you see me or hear me when I say I'm alone? Do you hear us dialing 911 on the phone? They're mocking our kids and beating our elders. They're murdering women. And I wonder who held her. Well, she cried out for help and wondered why.
someone hated her that much to want her to die. The bullets tore their flesh apart. And I'm asking America, where is your heart? There's Asian blood in these streets, but this isn't new. This is America. It's me and it's you. Your railroads, your murderous riots, your internment camps, your white supremacist, racist, sexist, Nazi, cop-loving president, and his China virus, Wuhan flu, Kung flu, nah, fuck you. This is America, and our home is here. You can't erase us or make us live in fear. We're standing strong. We have always belonged. We're not your scapegoat. We're not your excuse to hate, discriminate, rob us, beat us, kill us. You'll never defeat us. We are Asian American Pacific Islanders, and we're here to stay. There's a Love AAPI revolution underway.
Give it up for Kaya. And if you want to see some of the work they're doing, go to Good Trouble on Facebook. There was a brother out here, biracial, who was, I don't know if you know the story of Travis Jordan, black Pacific Islander, I believe, but he was gunned down by police. And when we talk about one life being affected, we talk about an entire community. It ripples through entire communities. It goes everywhere. And you may not think that it's affecting you, but it's absolutely affecting you. Because right now, with this trial going on, a lot of people may be acting weird and out of pocket, and you're like, what's going on? It's because an entire community is experiencing collective trauma, and that shit is real. Acknowledge that you're going through something. Regardless of who you are, acknowledge that you're going through something. Acknowledge that it's happening. One of the people that was pretty close to Travis Jordan is Paul. He's been out here with families, supporting families against police violence. Give it up for Paul, everybody.
Travis Jordan! Travis Jordan! Travis Jordan! Travis Jordan! I'm going to speak briefly.
We love you, Paul!
Thank you. I love you too, Anthea. Thanks for allowing me space here. As a white person in this movement, it is very key to decenter yourself, to listen, to hear, to empathize. Because you don't want to be me talking about your dead best friend coming out his house, coming out your house, being prompted out your house, told to come out, ignoring the humanity of a day gone wrong. It is happening all over the north side. It is happening all over Minneapolis, and you'd be mistaken to think that it's not in our entire state. I'm going to leave the country and the world out because we got our fight right here. Now you need to realize, because I know there are a whole shitload of fucking white people that I will not associate with because they will not be here getting my back, yours, or anyone else's.
Say it again.
And I will warn other folks of nationalities. There is a phrase in the movement: all skin folk ain't kinfolk. This is going to speak to some of you who have heard in the Asian community bad-mouthing BLM. Now, when Cheshire Vu, when we first threw his rally, I read the comments. And the comments were so divisive. What's BLM doing there supporting? I thought Cheshire Vu was Asian. What the fuck aren't you doing there? What the fuck aren't you doing there? Cheshire Vu was a real shaman, not one of them fake ass, organic eating, fucking Trump loving QAnon bullshit shaman. He was a real elder. He had spiritual value to his family and community. When we stop taking that and start taking all those values away, we are stripping humanity from people. We are saying you are no more than the time allotted that we gave you before we shot you.
Listen!
That's how good you are. How many minutes? 112 shots, something like that, into his house? 112. With her older mother there. Families can't speak on these traumas because we have lawsuits going on. I speak for families because I do my own research. I read on it. Read those traumas. Carry them with you at these rallies. Understand what it takes to bear them. Understand what the families go through to try to hold back what they have to, and only give you the tidbits because we're fighting such legal battles and these bullshit politicians dodge, duck, and dive everything we try to do to them. Hold back video footage. Do this. Say, malign our elders, malign the people, tell them that their criminal history. Philando Castillo had brushes with the law. Brushes with the law. He had a traffic ticket. How do you allow this sort of thing? Remember, back to the skin folk and kinfolk, remember, everyone has the purpose, the right to be anti-racist. Boots on the ground, anti-racism is an action. It is a verb. This is called a movement, not a standstill. You will continue to move from city to city, avenue to avenue, letting everyone know until they start fucking listening or start getting out of the way. One or two. All power to the people. Remember when people are mixed, like Travis, half black, half Japanese, they are all human. They don't need to be one or the other to be just as important as everyone else. When people tried to shun Travis from BLM, or when there were people questioning how Asian he was, fuck all them. Shut that shit down. People don't get murdered by the protectors of people. Fuck them, fuck 12, all power to the people.
Raise your hand if you've had a bad day before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we've all had bad days. We've all had them. So Dylan Roof shot down multiple black folks in a church. The cops took him to get Burger King.
That's that bullshit!
Stopped to get fast food for him before they took him to jail.
That's bullshit!
When we talk about folks like Montez Lee, who were arrested just for protesting, Montez has been in jail longer than Derek Chauvin.
Yup, that's bullshit.
Amina McCaskill was treated like an animal. When you hear her story after being arrested on the highway with the 646.
Yep.
Where my 646 at? You're right here. You're right here. Change your life. Changed your life. For the good.
Hell yeah.
And when this brother Robert Aaron Long was arrested after gunning down 6 Asian women and 2 other people, what did the Captain Jay Baker say? He said he had a bad day and he's addicted to sex. And he said that he was going to these spas to eliminate the workers so he could erase it in his head. That is a smooth less than 24 hours that they concocted an excuse for that white boy.
That's right.
That is less than a day. That's probably less than a few seconds it took Jay Baker to come up with an excuse for that man.
That's right.
And what does that do to your white community? I'm talking to white folks right now. What does that do to your children? What does that do to you? The fact that you're getting permission, you're being excused for mass murder. What is that doing to your kid? How is that affecting their brain? How is that messing them up down the line? What kind of enablement is that? And then turn it back to the Asian community. You gonna tell me that those families didn't have a damn bad day? You're gonna tell me that those communities didn't have a bad day? You're gonna tell me that the rest of those families aren't gonna have a bad year? Aren't gonna have a bad decade? Maybe a bad century? Because this lives on down the line. This is generational trauma. This is white violence causing generational trauma. And we're giving the excuse to white mass murderers the second they walk into jail. That they want to lock up brown and black brothers and sisters for no damn reason. And if they can't even put your body in the pen, they want to assassinate your character. But they want to exonerate Robert Aaron Longs. They want to say, you know, he was just having a bad day. Wasn't having a bad day. He killed 8 people.
Listen!
That's not a bad day. That's mass murder. Call it what it is and stop dehumanizing Asian women. Stop fetishizing Asian women. Stop saying that Asians are going to be subservient. When you saw my brother Hal get up here, what did he want to do? He wanted to scream. Because it's a society and an environment that has absolutely stripped him of that ability to express himself. Let me tell you something. Ain't nothing wrong with being black or brown or Asian and expressing yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with yelling. Ain't nothing wrong with looking at somebody sideways. Be like, what the hell are you doing? Keep your white people in check. Keep your communities in check. Talk to them. And I'm talking to the white folks because sometimes this shouldn't be our burden. I got work to do, mama. I don't want to have to check every white person. You got to get your cousin. You better talk to your aunt. You better talk to your sister. Talk to your neighbor. And when you saw Hal talking about these truck drivers looking at him like they're about to pull the trigger, that's every day, man. That's every damn day. And if you grew up in the hood, you know what survivalism is. And then you got to come out here and deal with these white supremacists. Between a rock and a damn hard place, and that ain't a bad day. That's society putting that shit on you. And guess what? That ain't your fault. That ain't your fault. And I'll give y'all my date right now. I come from the 90s. I was sitting in detention with all my Hmong brothers and sisters. With my Vietnamese brothers and sisters. Yua, Bao, all the folks. We were up in there listening to Snoop Dogg. Tapes. Learn how to count 1, 2, 3 in Vietnamese. Learn how to curse out myself in Vietnamese. They were telling me the wrong words. That's okay. But guess what? We were all up in there, man. That was the solidarity. And even though it was fucked up because we're all chilling in detention, we got accused of some stuff we weren't doing. Our anger was misinterpreted. We got tired of being put into a white classroom, being in a white space, and being affected. And you might have lashed out once or twice. You might have thrown some joints for no reason. And you didn't know where that was coming from. Let me tell you, it's coming from a very justified place. Your anger is absolutely righteous. Your feelings are absolutely righteous. And you deserve a space to express yourself. And this is beautiful right here. Look around you. The sun's down and we're still showing community. And this reminds me of not too long ago when Dalal Eid got gunned down by the BCA. I ain't never seen that many black folks out at once. It was beautiful. I ain't never seen this many Asian folk out at once. This is beautiful. We should be coming together. When we talk solidarity, when Brother Mel Reeves talks about all the fingers coming together to create a fist, that makes me think of the Rainbow Coalition. That makes me think of community. That makes me think of unity. And we got to come together. Because they wouldn't be killing you if they liked you. And my struggle is your struggle. And if you don't think that it's your struggle yet, just wait. It's gonna come. They gunned down that white man in Robbinsdale. It's gonna come. The stratification is here. The economics are here. The capitalism is here. The fascism is here. The white supremacy is here. Tell that. And it happens in this town all the time. So when I say I am somebody, I want you to repeat after me. We got to reiterate that. I am somebody. 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 I got a brother out here who's been out here for a minute, and we may have had some differences in how the movement's moving. We got like two or three more speakers, and Anthony is going to wrap it up. But this brother's been out here, and he checked me a few times, and I was grateful for it. And he said he had something to say today. And he when I see it in his eyes, I'm like, okay, give it up for Johnny, y'all.
Hello. I'd like to thank everyone that organized this. I didn't plan on talking, so bear with me. I guess what's been on my mind is the uprising that was started because of the murder of George Floyd didn't happen because it was a first-time event or a one-off thing. It's something that has been happening since the formation of this country, It is something that the uprising happened because people are tired of it, not because it's a one-time thing that we need to all of a sudden re-educate ourselves on and we'll live in a utopia. This is exactly what it was built on. It's fucking true, and we can see it with our eyes when there's a president that says we don't know if it's a hate crime, but all we know is it's un-American, as if there weren't internment camps in America, as if the U.S. didn't wage war against Vietnam, Korea, occupy the Philippines, which is where I'm from, and purchase that country from another colonizer that is also fucking white. It's the same fucking thing. Nothing's going to change. Our liberation and freedom is not going to come from our oppressors. The people that were on sugar plantations in Cuba were not freed by the U.S. country that was working with the plantation owners. It came from Castro, someone that fought for the people. I need everyone here to reimagine and rethink everything that they know, because everything in this country is jaded. The education and media, the fact that media is a for-profit industry says everything that it needs to. Information is not something that is a commodity. It's something that is used as propaganda against the East, the global South, everywhere. Latin America, they commit coups and occupy and just completely take over movements that are liberating indigenous people in Latin America, like Bolivia. For resources, for Tesla, Elon Musk is a disgusting person. Billionaires are disgusting. Every politician that works with these billionaires and accepts money and sells out their people, Democrats have control of the entire government. What the fuck has changed? Nothing has changed.
Go crazy, Johnny.
Voting,
Go crazy, Johnny.
people say that voting is someone's greatest right and the biggest power they can hold. That is fucking bullshit, and it is obvious with fucking electoral college, disenfranchising, all of these fucking laws. It's obvious. Everyone knows it's obvious. It's about time that people start rethinking how you challenge this shit. It's not enough to check people and talk to people that say absurdly racist shit, because we already know they need no platform and they have no reason to have a voice. It's about educating yourself about what happens in the world outside of the U.S. How many people have heard of the Jakarta method and the millions of people that they murdered because of a liberation movement, because they're trying to overthrow a U.S.-funded dictator in Indonesia? They don't fucking teach that. That is the CIA's job, and they still do it today. Internment camps exist on the border. All of this, it's all about people that are not white. It's all about exploiting labor and killing people, making money off of killing people. And everything is disgusting. I just think I want everyone to go home and to rethink. I want, specifically, unfortunately, the people that happen to be white. I want you to, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm not sorry for them. That was a joke. It sucks to be white. Liberation is not going to come through voting. Joe Biden, liberation is not going to come through Joe Biden. Do everything that you can to support your community. Local politics, if there's someone that's worth supporting, is different. But Joe Biden and Tim Walz can eat shit. Jacob Fry can eat shit. Democrats are pieces of shit that kill people. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, John. We're going to bring up another community organizer that's been out here on this park right here. On this park right here, you even have some transportation services that are kind of cops in disguise right now, because this whole city is ramped up with law enforcement. I saw a car roll by that was from Blue Earth County, and let me tell you, everybody's here. And somebody who's been out here defending some of the most marginalized, dismissed members of our community has been boots on the ground, working with those communities. And we want to give some space to Tasayo. Give it up, y'all.
Before I turn around, I'd like to minimize as many cameras as possible, if that's cool. If you can put away your camera, I don't like that. Camera steals souls. It's a traditional thing. I'm sorry. I have a few things to say about what happened today. If y'all haven't heard, there was an eviction or an attempt at an eviction at a houseless encampment on the north side.
Yep.
Thank you. Today at 6:50 a.m., the occupying colonial force who pushes our racial divide wishes to display their power on the Jared and 2nd Avenue houseless encampment and a collective of diverse revolutionary youth. The people of the encampment and those who participate in the act of defense and solidarity were left brutalized, maced, and 5 wrongfully arrested. After a year of evictions from empty lots, parks, and bike paths, the Near North encampment is one of the last communities withstanding the genocidal displacement project initiated by the Park Board, Mayor Frey, and all other political puppets who refuse the autonomy of the yellow, red, and black peoples. The working class individuals of all peoples continue to stand strong. The war on the poor is the war on the Asian societies, from the east to the west. In Myanmar, we see the colonial strategies of China and the USA undermine the peoples with industry. In southeastern islands, we see a sex trade created from countless capitalist coups who use this objectification as the base of the Orientalism consistently displaced in media of all kinds. This objectification of Asian peoples, Asian women specifically, was the root of the hate crime in Atlanta. Outsourcing the historical violence the state has once committed to split the Asian American community from the greater collective, white supremacy created a fetish of the yellow man, telling lies of thought bubbles, which reinforces the colonial fallacy that at least you aren't brown. Some of the facts may be true that you are not brown. You are yellow. You are the yellow power by yellow people, as red power to red people and black power to black people. A power created from the farmers of India. The power created by the peoples of Myanmar. The power of the peoples of Vietnam who armed themselves with hunting rifles to successfully push out the white imperialists of so-called America. The anti-blackness is not an Asian quality. This is a quality of capitalism and colonialism. No Native, Asian, or black movement will be complete without the poor, houseless, and working class of all people. And as Huey said, black power to the black people, red power to the red people, yellow power to the yellow people, and white power to the white people. What that means is power into the working class. Down with the rich.
All right, we're going to. I want to bring up DJ real quick, who's been out here at TCC for Jay before we bring up Anthea, because we're wrapping up. DJ, you out here, brother? You out here? DJ taught me a chant. How do you spell racist?
MPD!
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 It's just 3 simple letters. It's great. DJ taught it to me. Give it up for DJ, y'all.
Yeah, so I'm going to be real quick. I just want to say that we need to make sure that we're doing solidarity. I know I do a lot of work with the Black Lives Matter movement here in the Twin Cities, but it's also making sure that we're here for the Native Lives Matters, that we're here for Asian lives, right? That we make sure that no one gets left behind, right? Because right now, we've been in a pandemic, and we've seen an uptick in, a bunch of racism that's been directed toward the Asian community, right? And we still wasn't really talking about it, right? Yep. Everybody knew it was happening, but no one was talking about it. We have to wait until 8 people lose their lives before we start talking about it. And that's unacceptable, okay? That's why we need to all be working together, and that's why we need to make sure we get change. And not just change for black lives, not just change for Native lives, Asian lives, all brown lives, and everyone being oppressed. And the only way we're going to get that change is if we work together.
That's right.
All power to the people.
All power to the people.
All right. When I first stepped into some of these actions, I saw folks out here giving mutual aid, helping people who have been pepper sprayed by the cops, and was out here working with the families a lot, and came really out of nowhere. And the first time I saw her was on the front lines of the anti-rally outside the governor's mansion. If you know what an anti-rally is, it's one of the worst things in the world. Yeah. It ain't easy. You leave different. And she was out there screaming, just pointing fingers, screaming at these white supremacists. All these 45 insignias, these old white dudes with AR-15s, just barking like they were going to do something, but they ain't going to do something. And you had this sister out here shouting at them, taking the megaphone, telling it how it is, and shouting all power to the people and really activating the people. So I want to introduce to y'all somebody who's been an inspiration to me, an influence to the community, and an absolute support to the families supporting families against police violence. Give it up for Anthea, y'all.
Thank you, Jason. I swear to God, I'm gonna cry all night. So thank you so much. Before I forget everything, I want to say thank you so much for Tucson. Thank you so much for Justice Friendly Aid. Thank you for TCC for Jay. Thank you for Twin Cities Relief Aid. Thank you for Good Trouble for Justice. Everyone who came out, and I'm sorry if I forgot anyone. You can yell at me later. I didn't really have time to come up with a speech, but I have a lot of feelings.
Say your feelings, girl. It's okay.
Thank you. And something I actually really want to request is I see a lot of Asian women out here with beautiful signs. If you guys could actually come up here and stand behind me, I really want you guys to be highlighted. I see this one, skin color is not a symptom. There comes a time when silence is betrayal. Here, let's read them up. Here, you guys can keep moving. I just want you guys around because I just can feel your energy.
We love y'all.
So let's read these off. It says, fight racism. Hate is one. We are not your temptation. We are not your fetish. We are not subservient. Asian women are humans too. We're not your model minority. Respect our elders. Yellow peril and supports black power and vice versa. There comes a time when silence is betrayal. Skin color is not a symptom. Racial trauma in the AAPI community is real. It wasn't a bad day, it was a hate crime. Stop Asian hate. Actually, I kind of low-key love this. Will you guys actually raise it when I'm talking to you? It's so cute. That's the same one as up. You can still raise it up. I still love it. This is another one. Oh, and also, the community actually ended up donating so many funds that we were able to print out 300 posters at the last second. Thank you so much to my best friend Lisa, because I was like crying my eyes out. I was like, I don't know where to print these out. And she's like, hey, I just passed by this place called, whatever it was called. Soundset or some shit. She's like, maybe you can go there. Went there, they covered our rush fee. And all of these are funded by all of you. I designed every single one of the ones that you guys got except for the cool one. But actually cool one. Okay, so this one says, protect Asian women, protect Asian elders, protect Asian massage parlor employees, protect Asian sex workers, protect Asian nail techs, protect Asian elders, oh I already have them there. Protect poor Asian folk, protect Asians who can't go to the police for protection. Stop AAPI hate. This one says, proud to be Korean, not your fetish, not a virus. Protect Asian lives. This one, 6 Asian women were shot and killed. This was a hate crime because people don't seem to realize that. That's the united, not divided. We have Black Power, Latinx, and then Yellow Peril, the one I didn't design. And then can you guys keep raising them up? I want to be able to see all you guys. So hate is a virus. Stop Asian hate. We got love our people like you love our food. Stop Asian hate. And then we've got the same one over here. And then this one is actually from a tweet, and it says, Asian women are your punchlines. Sex workers are your punchlines. Kung flu is your punchline. You fucking did this. That tweet fucked me up. Let me tell you about that. Because this last year, standing in the front lines, I feel like all I could feel was rage. Is that there's so many liberals out there, and I'm a climber, and there's climbers out there, and there's just all these people that are just full of shit. They're just like, oh, we're completely for all, we support you, da da da. Where is your Stop AAPI hate awareness? Why aren't you sharing the fact that hate crimes against Asian people increased by 1,900% in the last year? That's wild. That's absolutely crazy. And yeah, that's that bullshit. And something that really infuriates me is that I don't even have to ask any of these women
Have you ever been made fun of for your eyes? Have people ever asked you to go back to your country? Have people made fun of your elders? Have they told them that they should speak up or learn English? Like, I know I don't have to ask you that.
That's right.
And that is a part of the problem. This man looked at these 6 Asian women and he saw his sins. That's what he saw. He saw temptation. And his temptation was because he had a fetish. And his fetish is because of non-Asian Americans continuing these stereotypes, ruining our childhoods, giving us so much pain as adults that when we saw those headlines, our hearts dropped. Our hearts sunk, and we knew it had everything to do with all the stereotypes that we heard growing up. That is everyone. That's on everyone. This is your fault. And the way that I feel about it is that someone asked me for Sahan Journal, they said, is this the first time you've ever advocated for your own race? But the sad thing is like for my activism, it was like my first event. For us, for Asians. Done it for Native Lives and, in Standing Rock, did it for BLM for a whole 120 days straight. But never for Asians. And something that I see is that everyone's out here, and you guys are here, and you guys are showing us advocacy, you're sharing this pain with us. But what I need you to do is advocate for us every fucking day.
Yeah!
I need for you to start breaking those stereotypes. I don't want to fucking hear chink guys. I don't want to hear anyone making fun of my fucking mom. I don't want anyone fucking talking about us having to go back to our own countries when we're not in our own fucking neighborhoods. I don't want to hear that anymore. Yep. So stop perpetuating the problem and make sure that you're correcting everyone else, because it is not our responsibility to keep defending ourselves.
That's right.
It is not our responsibility to defend ourselves every fucking time.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. At the very beginning of quarantine, I actually was in Ackworth, Georgia. I was stuck there with my ex-boo, for 2 months. And like I said at the beginning of the march, I hadn't seen a single Asian person around. So just to give you that perspective, it's not Atlanta, it's Ackworth, Georgia. And then there's like an hour and a half above that, it's Kennesaw, and then there's Ackworth, the tiniest little town. And I actually knew a man who was actually close to me who used to frequent these parlors. And, we make jokes here and there. It was kind of awkward conversation, but the things that he would say about these women were so beautiful. He didn't see them as sex workers. He saw them as women that made him feel special, that made him feel loved, that made him feel seen. As this and I just thought about that when I found out that was Ackworth. My heart just broke for this man. He literally would go over there and bring them flowers. He would literally go there, and I remember he literally spent a whole fucking day with them talking about how he just put a motor on a rowboat. And would you like to go with me? And she was like, no. And I'm like, thanks. There's not a lot of those massage parlors out there, and I know likely the woman that he was talking to me about is dead. And that's just not okay. Asian women are women. We are not just your fetish. We are not just your temptation. We are not just your sins. And also, we're not all responsible for the fucking virus. Let's just make that clear.
Say it again. Say it again.
We are not responsible for the fucking virus.
That part. That part.
Say it again. Who said Trump is?
Say it again.
Say it again.
Yeah, so anyway, actually another funny thing is that I've probably slept 7 hours in the last
3 days. I had a really bad GI bug. Been fighting that. But I started going delusional. I was like delirious. And I talked to one of my Asian roommates and I said, I have this really crazy poster idea. And he's like, what? He's like, is this too wild? And I wrote down, I don't even know if one of them's up here because it's too crazy. It literally says, what does it fucking say? It says, we have bad days too, but you don't see us going around killing white people.
That's right. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
And he literally looked at me and he was like, that's too much. Don't do that. And I ended up designing these posters. I was like, nah, it's perfect. We're gonna do this anyway. I can't think. I don't even.
That's all right.
I'm over it. So, thank you so much for coming out here.
We love you.
Love you guys. Maybe today you guys also saw me not hold up a fist and I held 3 fingers instead. That's actually something with Myanmar. And so it's just like this, like Scouts, yeah, like Hunger Games. And that was adopted in Myanmar. And so, I think it'd be a beautiful silent way for us to show solidarity with them whenever you're marching.
That was so cute. They all put it up behind you.
And I don't really have anything else to say. I don't remember what I was going to say. But there is one man back here somewhere that wanted to say something. He said it'd be really short, and I really hope you mean it. Because I really want to wrap this up. Yeah, I'm going to do that afterwards. So if you can give us the mic to me afterwards.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Thank you so much, Anthea, and everyone who's out here. I'm a South Asian journalist who came up here from Texas to cover the trial. I didn't think I would be alone in my hotel room having the kind of thoughts that I was having, hearing the kind of news that I was hearing. So I just want to say to everybody who's out there in the Asian community dealing with this by yourself, you can come out to a space like this.
That's right.
And you'll know that community has your back.
That's right.
We got your back. We got your back. We got your back.
So today, that's what I learned. Like coming together like this, boots on the ground saves lives.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I actually just remembered what I was going to say. I'm so annoyed. Okay, so something, when I first read what was going on, the first thing I started doing was crying. And I couldn't stop crying. I called my mom, I couldn't stop crying. My mom has COVID right now and she couldn't even talk to me. And I couldn't stop crying. And the whole time I kept thinking to myself, I just wish that someone would put an event. I wish that someone else would throw this together. But I knew no one was going to. And so I ended up just saying, you know what, fuck it. I'm just going to do it. I even told Toussaint, I said, I don't even care. He goes, you want to wait 2 days? I go, no. Let's do it tomorrow. And it's just amazing. This is like the most emotionally impulsive march I've made. Everyone knows that everything I've organized is incredibly emotionally impulsive. But I really appreciate everyone coming out here. But something that that was important to me that I wrote on the bio of my event on my Instagram is that I am so sick of waiting for other people to stand up for me. I am so sick and tired of waiting for other people to make events to hold space for us. And one of the first things I thought was, I'm fired up, I can't take no more.
Yeah.
I'm fired up, I can't take no more.
I'm fired up, can't take no more.
I'm fired up, I can't take no more.
I'm fired up, I can't take no more.
And, I just want to let all of you women fucking know is that, all throughout the movement, I was so happy for all the black and brown little girls that had people to say these things to them. but we are fucking beautiful. And yellow skin is beautiful. And even though sometimes it doesn't really make sense to us because yellow is on the spectrum and it feels like we don't have a place in the black and brown community, we do.
That's right.
We
That's
do.
right. That's right.
And I'll tell you that firsthand, walking alongside all black and brown people, everyone, being in George Floyd Square every single night, everyone looked at me and they didn't see me any different. So just remember that. We are a part of that equation too. We are Yellow Peril and they are Black Panther, and we can join together.
That's
we
right.
work together.
Yeah.
We are yin yang together. And those are the things that I wish that people would say. So start making sure, also, sorry, this is like a rant. Every time I say it, I'm like, no one gets this.
You good?
But something that happened, with like the Kardashians and shit like that, they've, American beauty standards have really changed. It's not just white Euro, skinny, Kate Moss body. It's changed into more Black eccentric, big lips, beautiful bodies, curves, etc. And while the beauty standards the beauty world has been going towards that direction, they've also been able to uplift Black and brown women as well. You see a lot more Beyonce, there's I can't even think of everyone right now, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. You're on social media. But just think about the fact that now there's people like Bella Hadid, and now there's fox eye lifts and cosmetic things. That's one of my friends said. Samaya said this to me when she was doing my makeup, so I didn't know how to do makeup. I was like, God, I look so awful in these protests. She goes, don't worry, girl, we're gonna teach you how to contour. So I started contouring, and she said, a lot of people are starting to get surgeries to look like you. I said, what the fuck? I didn't know that. I didn't even know I was pretty. I didn't even know my eyes were big enough to be beautiful or anything like that. We have to remember and make space for Asian women too. And just remember that we still have a lot of healing that needs to be done. We have a lot to undo that we grew up hearing. And just make sure you make your Asian women feel beautiful. And make sure that you're honoring our elders. Support our businesses. Be patient with us if you don't understand what we're saying, our elders saying. Just be kind to us and be our advocates, be our allies.
We got your back. 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 We got your back.
How did people say this to me? Who is this person? So anyway, what we usually do at the end of our BLM protests is we end with a I always butcher it, Asada Shakur. Thank you. Chant. And I wrote it down just in case I'm too dumb to remember. Sorry, I'm not gonna say I'm too dumb, unless I'm too tired to remember it all the way.
Fist up.
So you guys,
Fist up.
Everybody fist up. Your choice. And repeat after me. We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to win.
We have the duty to win.
We must love one another and support one another.
We must love one another and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to win.
We have the duty to win.
We must love each other and support each other.
We must love each other and support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Alright guys, this is when it gets buck wild. Alright.
Yeah.
I forgot how to start.
We have a duty.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to win.
We have the duty to win.
We must love one another and support one another.
We must love one another and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to fight for our freedom.
We have the duty to win.
We have the duty to win.
We must love one another and support one another.
We must love one another and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but
Yes.
Good, how about you, man? Thank you to the marshals, the bikers, and our sound truck. Thank you, Megan.
Sister Nia, open it up for Sister Nia. Open it up. We gotta pump the beats. 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 Go Nia, Nia. Go Nia, Nia. Go Nia, Nia. Go Nia. Hey, go Nia, Nia. Work it out. Hey. You better work it. You better work it. You better work it now. You better work it. You better. Black women matter. 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 We gotta open it up for Mecca, baby. We gotta open it up. We gotta open it up. Chop, 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 chop. Open it up. Hey, 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 hey. Work it out, baby. The fence not open yet. We are calling. You better. We are calling.
Why did we go to the
We
club
about to hold a
when you
little
come out on
space.
Thursday?
We need for the baddest. Okay, okay, okay. Open it up. We about to have a little battle. We about to have a little battle. A little battle. Okay. Okay. We gotta do a little battle and then we're gonna end in a group circle twerk. But we're gonna have a little battle. A little group circle twerk. Oh. Okay, we got it. No music! No music! No music! No music! Get it! Black women to the floor! Black women to the floor now! No music with it! No music with it! Get 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 it! Nia! Get it! Get it! Get it! royale. The battle battle royale. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Okay, whoa. Yeah. Josephine. Josephine. Now work. Oh, you better work it. Work. You better work.
bad. And we're back. All good. All cops are bastards. 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 Cops are bastards. They don't get no peace. Wake up, it's your fight too. This is 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 your fight too.
I did.
Fire, fire, Genscher, fire. Fire, fire, Genscher, fire. Blackwood people, you still live here.
Every day. Stay together, stay tight. We do this every night. Anarchist jurisdiction.
Not tomorrow, now. Not tomorrow, now.
When my screen ends, this doesn't stop.
Not tomorrow, now. All cops and bastards. 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 Fascist USA. No KKK, no 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 fascist USA. They don't get no peace. And they don't get no peace. Then they don't get no peace. Then they don't get no peace. This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what our freedom looks like. This is what our freedom looks like. This is what abolition looks like. This is what abolition looks like. This is what abolition looks like.
abolition looks like. I believe that we will win. 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 I believe that we
Y'all ready, musicians? Let's go. Do your thing, girl. Do your thing. From the hardest day. To the coldest night. We out on these streets. Fighting for black lives.
They're all holograms.
Mic check. Mic check. Asian justice. Asian justice. Asian justice. Asian justice. Stop Asian hate. Stop Asian hate. Stop Asian hate. Stop Asian hate. Asian hate. Stop 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 Asian hate. Liberation.
nobody, even if you think you were giving all compliments, don't be touching upon nobody. Especially a black person. Because in my right, in the life that I'm living, you touch me. Don't play with me. Girl, that's the reality. Defensiveness, anger, and hatred. That's our reality. Why? And when I come on Thursdays, we exemplify that. We lead in love and joy and culture. And our culture and our ancestors' culture. When we march out here, black people, we are living in our African culture. Dance and music, that is our culture. To be able to exemplify ourselves, even those who don't choose to speak, still come out here and want to move their bodies. That is protest. Dancing, letting them know this is who I am. Yes, get period, girl. I have stretch marks, and you won't see them. I have different complexions all over my body, and you won't see them. I'm a woman. The girl what's in between my legs, that's a beauty where you don't see it. So as I stand here, I'm somebody that never experienced a protest that exemplified my life. This is community. Wait, hold us down. Why did they come out here on my way? I believe in the power because what I've learned in this space is something I've learned in right now. Sister over here, I don't know if you remember our first protest. When we was out here and I had my pride flag and you said you gonna leave this protest with that flag, and this was out in June. She said there was people coming up, no, this can't be leading. She said you are gonna leave this protest with that pride flag in the front. And they will, and they didn't, but they will now. We didn't give them the choice. And so as I see here, I see a community of growth. And I think in this space, I never take anything personal because I understand what growth looks like. But I still have the strength because of the people who have led before me to let you know that this is what it is. And I don't need a single person to fight for my life because I have been given that capability and that strength because of the black trans people who have fought before me. But if you are in this movement fighting for black life, you cannot forget ours. Because you are fighting for white people's lives. If you leave one black person, a singular black person behind, you are fighting for white people's lives. And quite frankly, their lives are valuable. And we have these white people, we need to address this thing. There are white people that say, well, white people are killed by police too. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. But y'all are not killed because y'all are white. Y'all are killed because this system does not know how to handle any form of criminalization. Because there is no such thing as criminalization. There is no such thing as people who are damaged and confused. There is no such thing as people who are hard that you need help. Black people are killed solely, and this is because people are working so. But from my experience as a black trans woman, and I exuded my truth in this space. But I used to identify as 16 years old as a woman. I did. And as a 15, 14, and 13, let me tell you, from a woman. Only in this space, and again I say the Black Lives Movement is a space of growth, it is a space of abuse. It is a space of learning, but it is a space of transphobia. It is a space of beauty, but it's a space of hatred. And that is not to shame because I'm still here. And as I stand here, girl, this is what I wear to sleep. So you know I ain't getting no money out of this. I'm here to let you know this is what I know from my experience. This is the pain that I have experienced, the sadness I have experienced. And I want y'all, as every week, to exemplify that truth. Just to hear people, to hear us speak, and let y'all know that you don't know the life that you're living. You know the life that was given to you. But what is the life that you are living? Because we live our own truths. Your mother, your father, your great-grandmother that was raping slaves, she ain't your truth. If you give in to that ignorance, then she is your truth. My mother came up into this place last weekend. And right now I'm gonna say that was a gift. She don't need to come up to this. A black woman don't need to be coming up into no space. But she came in that space because she knew, first of all, the weather was nice. And she knew, but she didn't, but that's the power of black women, that she knew. She came up to me and she whispered in my ear, this is not my platform. A black woman that did not know about what it meant to be transgender said, this is not my space. Thank you, but I'm gonna step down. So I'm gonna speak for her. I am grateful in the sense that I have a mother that is gonna fight for me. Many of us don't. My mother is your mother. When she came up there, she didn't need to come up and acknowledge herself, but she did. She is your mother. My mother is your mother. You need a home cooked meal, she will be that woman to do it for you. The woman who was educating people in the 90s that AIDS was not a gay man's disease is the woman that's going to fight for your life. And there's so many things to say, and that's why I feel like I'm so over the place right now. But it's all this central message of love and understanding. There's so many things that I can say. I really do choose to be someone that, writes things and then posts it down. I hope y'all see it. All I can say is that I hope you hear my words. I hope I can thank you. And I can take up so much space. And I can. And I will. As I did. As I have done. As I have done. But there's a level of responsibility. There is a responsibility that we all need to take. I don't deserve to be up here in this space and teach you about everything. I deserve to go around and teach you certain subjects so that you now have the knowledge to go and learn it yourself. We're living in the 21st century. We have phones that have more technology than those spaceships that went to the moon. You can't now learn racism like it is so easy to unlearn hatred. I'm going to end that with that. It's so easy to unlearn hatred. But it's so hard to unlearn tradition. The one thing about tradition is that it is meant to be. There is no such thing as tradition. Because tradition is about who you are. It is about a culture. If we understand culture, we understand the culture as our learning. It is expansive. So to be set in our own ways, even as black people. The white men that raped us are not the gay men that are black. Black men do not rape us. Black gay men do not rape us. And that is something I learned recently too, is that our homophobia and our transphobia it's not so much brought about religion, but it's brought upon our experience as masters raping the black men in Jamaica specifically. Black people are not a reflection of the pain that white people brought upon us. White people and what they have done to us, white colonizers, that is not a reflection of who our community is as black people. We know who our community is. Okay, come on. I would love to call him to the stage, our sister. Okay, y'all make some noise for Miss Nita.
Oh, it's a new protest puppy. I have to go pet the new dog. Can I pet your dog?
What's up, baby?
Black woman is including trans women as well, because trans women are women. When we talk about protecting and supporting, it is often forgotten about the black women who are putting their lives on the line, who have been at the front line for every single movement, for every single fight, from the women's rights to the women's rights for voting, to abortion rights, to the LGBTQIA plus rights, constantly fighting on the front line, yet no one remembers their name. When we're talking about unlearning, I am the product of my mother, if many of you guys don't know, was a Jamaican woman. She came down from Jamaica in the 90s. So when we're talking about homophobia and we're talking about transphobia, I heard it. I heard it all. I grew up in a whole household where it was normalized. Yet I was, thank God, part of Generation Z, where I was surrounded by trans friends. I was surrounded by gay friends. I was surrounded by lesbian, queer friends. And I became them as well. I became a bisexual girl because of that.
That's the right
So when we're talking about unlearning and learning and having these conversations with our transphobic family members and our homophobic family members, I'm saying it because I've had those conversations. I'm constantly having arguments and belittled by my own family members when I talk about the rights that black people deserve. Whenever you are young, whenever you are a woman, and then when you put two of those things together, you're always I'll say that again. It is constantly a battle when you are a woman. It is constantly a battle when you are young. Put those two things together, and you are deemed as silent. You are deemed as a criminal. You are deemed as someone who is unworthy of a mic. Her. And it is the very people who I have fought with, like Queen, like Joelle, like Catcoon, like every single person who has been out here since summer, who have allowed me to create a space along with them. For too long, black women have been absent. For too long, black women have been
knocking on doors, begging to be let in. But now, in 2020 and 2021, we have learned that we are going to ignore the doors that don't open for us. And instead, we are going to create conversations in a whole different building that is superior and actually creating solutions. We have learned that if the doors do not open, we push that door away and we create our own door. We are movement builders, we are table shakers, and we keep the conversation going. We keep this movement going. Black women keep this movement going. So when they ask why we're still out here, remember it's black women leading this movement. When they ask who is leading this movement and creating the shaking of the tables and the shaking and the turning of the building, and why everyone is screaming Black Lives Matter, remember black women. Remember that it does not end on Thursdays. It does not end after these conversations. Make sure you go home and have these conversations with your bigot aunts, your transphobic mothers, your homophobic fathers, your whatever uncles, your inner closet damn fathers, your down low boyfriends. Because you're going to keep being uncomfortable as long as we out here. Period. And if you feel so bothered, realize that you have privilege. Realize that you are sitting on privilege. And I'll always say this. You are not right in America unless you are white. And I said what I said. Period. You're going to read the house down.
Y'all make some noise. We'd like to open it up for our next citizen. Hold on. We can live in one London tonight.
Okay. I don't feel like I need to explain myself. We should start there. But it's going to lead me into the next point, so I'll explain myself. Right? So, as most of you know, we just had this very weird situation. We just had this very weird situation on Saturday that could have very much been avoided. You understand? And so the situation was allowing a person who should not be into this space, allowed to feel welcome and still be in this space as a result of putting not only myself, but one of our other sisters in danger. And so if we're out here preaching who protects us, we protect us, or who keeps us safe, we keep us safe, or we love and protect black women, then we have to stand on that at all costs. But one thing I learned from the situation, and speaking on accountability, because when you point a finger, it's always three more pointing back at you. And so on an accountable note, that situation could have been avoided on both ends. This person not being in this space, but also by me not confronting this person necessarily being in our space. No, wait, hold on a second. Just give me a moment, right? I practice what I preach. And so the problem with this is when you stand on certain morals and principles, you cannot pick and choose
when to apply these principles and these morals. And that is why we are in the situations that we are now. If you are going to stand on certain morals and principles, you have to apply that on all costs of the situations, even if it is a situation that does not work in your favor. Okay? And so when we speak on a sense of accountability and avoiding situations, on an accountable note and avoiding it, I did not have to sit here and approach this person and let them know. However, it was done because this is a person who puts this community at harm. Forget mostly me, because I'm a person who never feels threatened or unsafe by anybody. But if I'm gonna be out here, I rock with you guys. I love you guys. I'm gonna make sure that every last one of you that is safe at all costs. And so seeing this person who has harmed the community, but mostly black women, trans women, because trans women are fucking women, and I don't know how many times we always have to reiterate that before we finally grasp that concept, okay? This person is still continuously loud in our space, and it's triggering. Just like the police, it's triggering, right? They could be on the side, and seeing their presence triggers, right? We give them the finger, and we'd be like, yo, fuck you. So that was an unavoidable situation, okay? We try to walk away from it. Now, this is the part that I realize is going around. Nobody spit on this person. And even if somebody did, that does not constitute this person fucking bear macing me or my friend. It doesn't. But I don't blame this person for behaving in a cop-like manner when this is what they are. I blame the specific set of community that allowed this person to feel safe. And so on that, what I'm asking is Monday's gonna be a nice day? And I would like for all of us, the whole community, not one specific organization here, for lack of a better word, organizers here. No, everybody. Every last one of us who march with each other, who share each other's posts, right? We need to be out here. I would like for us to have a community mental health check-in / teach it. We've been out here for a year, right? And anybody who's known me at City Hall knows I'm very big on mental health. That doesn't mean get personal, right? It means just asking each other, where the fuck are you in this space right now? Okay? We're out here being assaulted by not only each other, but this fucking system, the police. And we never turn around and ask each other, hey, are you okay? How's your mental health today? Because that's a different than asking a person, are you okay? A lot of us are on the verge of snapping, right? And so, which person, a person's mental health, take this into consideration. A person with PTSD and is on the snap point can put you at danger as well. Because if you're in these streets dealing with the police and you don't know their mental state, and now they attack the cops, bro, they're taking you down as well. And you don't know that this person was like literally on a fucking slippery slope because you didn't take 2 seconds to ask each other where they are. We sit here and we assume shit, right? I'm guilty of that because I assume that we're on the same page. And so we have this saying that when you assume things, you make an ass out of you and whoever else. And really what we've been doing is making fucking asses of ourselves, assuming that we are on the same page with everything. And we're not. And Saturday was a fucking prime example of that. And all further situations that we've been seeing on Instagram with shit being shed to light. We say that we're for abolition. We're saying that we're for black liberation. We're saying that we're for like protecting fucking black and brown women, and that's not the case. And I'm really sorry to be on this weird tangent, but being out here for a year and just sitting back and observing and being a body and putting my life and my body on the line and seeing my fucking friends and everybody else who I love like dragged away is enough. And then being a mace was like the nail in the coffin. The situation that could have been fucking avoided had somebody practice what they preach and then not allow abusers into our space.
No.
That is not a hard concept. Practicing what you preach is exactly that. Practicing what you preach. If you're gonna be out here every day, fucking Thursdays, Monday, right? Because we've been out here for a year. Most of us don't take a day off, which is why we need to do a mental health check-in to begin with, because we need to like debrief this, right? Break it down. We feel guilty about taking a day off. That's an issue. If we're not good to ourselves, we're no good to this movement. Yes. We have teachings. I'm here for the teachings online. But if we're gonna be out here sharing shit and coming together, then we need to take one day I don't care if it's one time or at least once a week, and just sit down with each other and discuss it and see where we are on the same page, so we're not running in fucking circles, because doing the same thing over and over is fucking insanity, because we're hoping for a different result and we're not getting anywhere, and this is not retrieving black liberation at all. This is not how we protect each other. If nobody's aware, since we've been out here for the last year, the amount of black people, black trans, black femmes, them dying they have tripled. Nobody wants to talk about that. We don't want to shine that. You think that being out here kicking over streets, yelling "fuck the police" is the difference? No, because we still don't get justice for fucking nobody. Are we discussing that? No. Are we discussing a tactical team to avoid shit like this? No. We have a team for fucking everything else before avoiding situations that transpired on Saturday. Why do we not have that? Why is it that so many of us have to share a space with abusers and we don't feel comfortable fucking speaking up? Luckily for me, I don't give a fuck about nobody's opinion about me, right? So I'm always going to say what I need to say. But for anybody who feels like, you know what, you don't want to speak up for me because the concept of somebody spit on General and so that allowed him to mace us is ridiculous. And so that adds to the problem of why so many people don't feel comfortable speaking up in these spaces. But we want to make this a safe space. That makes no fucking sense. We have to do better. It's the same concept of not all men, right? But then we go over that list and then we see all the in-betweens of the not all men. And so a lot of us are the in-betweens of not all people. A lot of us are literally the in-betweens of not all people. We need to ask ourselves, because sometimes we are unintentionally aware of not making a space safe for a person. And we need to ask ourselves, you know what, how can I make this safe space? How can I make this space safe for the next individual? How can I do better? Being a body is just more than being a fucking body. It's speaking up and it's saying something. And a lot of us see shit and we don't say anything because of this leadership. Because they're an organizer. What the fuck is that? It's a title. It's nothing. It's no different than the fucking police. And we have to do better. So yes, I'm calling for a community meeting. All of us come together. We teach each other stuff. We're humans, so we don't always grasp shit because we don't like when people speak at us. And so we speak at each other. We don't talk to each other like we're a fucking community most of the time, which is why most of us don't always receive the information. So we have to do better. And so that's where I'm at on that. I will find a place in Brooklyn and I'll give you guys the info between tomorrow and Saturday the latest. But I would like you guys to come out on Monday. It's nice. We can sit, discuss, leave all the aggression behind. It's not a march. It's not a rally. It's not fuck the police. Okay? It's none of that. Bring your weed, your cigarettes, whatever keeps you fucking calm. The Oreos, your crystals, incense. Bring whatever you need to bring that allows you to feel comfortable enough to have a productive, respectful, and conducive conversation for us to get to the core of what's going on to achieve what it is that we're fucking here for. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all make some noise for Pedro. Okay, so we hope to see everybody on Monday afternoon or morning. Be there, pull up. Afternoon, because you know we got to wake up and get it together.
Everybody the info.
And that information will be found on the Stonewall page and our pages. Thank you. So I would love to, our sister Josephine would love to share an offering. Y'all please make some noise for Sister Josephine.
Hello. I'm a little scared, nervous, and shaky because of the way the movement is acting towards one another. Fights, arguments, not understanding us people with mental illnesses. Who's committed suicide this week? And I had to speak to some movement people on my phone. I need to say, if there's a person with mental illnesses or developmental disability here, and you don't know them like that, and they need help with reading or math, or they need help with their phones, or tablets, or fucking computers, to learn a little more about computers and tablets and laptops, and to learn a little more to read. Don't judge them unless you know them with these chronic and severe and developmental disabilities. I suffer too, chronic and severe with a developmental disability, and it's serious. My sister just went off. We are all human in this fucking space. And I want to thank my black brothers and sisters in the gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and fucking heterosexual community for being there for me every fucking step of the way. Not because I'm a light-skinned black transgender woman of color. Not because I speak 2 different languages, Spanish and English. Okay? My father was a black Hispanic male. My grandfather was black. My ancestor, right, that died. How did I find out this information? By talking to my family members. But I need to say that a lot of times our families don't understand us being trans. They don't know what it's like to be trans. Some do, some support them, right? But what about us trans people that our families are not educated or trained in the black community? Periodically. I need to say I've also been a victim of torture, rape, police brutality, correction officers raping me, inmates raping me because the correction officers told them to rape me. And they had no choice but to listen to what the white officers said. My own black community. I was molested by a white foster family, a white mother and white foster father. Yes, let me tell that story. Not only was I molested by them, I was molested by a priest in Catholic school. A white fucking priest who does that to a child that's innocent. Who rapes a child that's 16 or 17 in Rikers Island as adult inmates and as correction officers. Now, back in the days, they used to mix the teenagers, right, 16 and 17, with the fucking adults in these New York City fucking jails. Rikers Island ought to be ashamed of themselves. The booking and the boat. I wish that one day they could close these systems in New York City down. But they can't because, you know, I don't know why, what's the reason they got. But, I'm just a little tight. I can understand there are some serious criminals in this world, but they should be in prison, but they shouldn't have to suffer being killed as black people. But they should, because if it was a white person would have been killed in prisons. If it was a white person wouldn't be executed. You know what I mean? But every day, black people are killed. Every goddamn fucking day of our lives. And I say for the white allies, educate yourself, train yourself. Support the black community. Let other white folks know that call themselves so-called allies, but they're not at these movements. They're not at these fucking movements like you are, like white allies are. Can you educate your families that are white? Can you educate your white allies on the outside that say they're allies and supporters? Can they give some money? Can they give some grants? Can they give some funding? Right, redistribute that wealth. And now, when it that y'all get involved. anybody that's a part of a Black and Browns, a Black Lives Matter movement outside of Trans Black Lives Matter, I think that y'all should get involved in being in Trans Black Lives, right? Because when we support y'all, when we fight in y'all movements, and we be at y'all movements, it's time that y'all be at our movements. It's time that because I'm tired of going to Black and Brown, Black Lives Matter movements, and I'm the only trans person there. What the fuck? No. Like, right? We need to support them too. You know what I mean? Because I supported so many fucking Black Lives Matter movements outside of the Black and Trans Lives Matter movement. But when I first saw you and Joella, that gave me hope. That gave me wisdom. That gave me courage to go on another day of my life as a Black trans woman, as a sex worker, as a person with chronic and severe mental illness and a developmental disability, and realizing as a Black person that's light-skinned, the color of my skin doesn't matter. It's the language I speak. It's the color of my father's skin, the color of my uncle's skin, the color of my ancestors that I didn't even fucking know about. You know? And yeah, my mother's Irish, Scottish, Welsh, European, and fucking Italian. I don't deal with her fucking family. I only deal with her because she dated Black men, Hispanic men, and white men. But the shade is, I don't respect her fucking family. The racist bastards need to be in prison or burned in dust. Because I don't like prejudiceness from white folks. I would sacrifice my life on the line for my sisters. Cis women that are lesbian, bisexual, heterosexual, or trans women. Because of the fact, if you fucking officers are arresting peaceful protesters and thinking I'm not gonna back my sister Joella up, thinking I'm not gonna back my Black sisters up, or white allies up as women, like who the fuck are you law enforcement groups to be males and hitting on women or touching women sexually? Shame on law enforcement groups. I also need to say, I need Joella, I need Nino, LaBouja, Nikki, I need my sister right here that just spoke, Rebecca, you, and all those people that spoke tonight, you too, right? And you, no, you're in the pink, yeah, you too, right? And you, Tatiana's friend, right? And these are the sisters that spoke tonight. Yeah, y'all too. The sisters that spoke tonight, wisdom and courage. You. Y'all just don't know that expiring, because I could have committed suicide a long time in this movement. But y'all, and you too, you come here with Nino. You too, don't look that way, headphones on. You, Devin, come here. These are the people that's been in my life to protect me every step of the way of different movements. These have been the people that spoke information and empowerment to me and gave me the love that I need. And you said, please. Okay. And that's what I focus. These are the people that saved my life. Every day, every step of the way.
Look at there. Watching everything.
For Breonna Taylor, and he wrote on his soul I've ever met in my life. It hurt. But nobody was like just an illusion. It's just and I told this girl asked me for my social media, and I told her. Yeah, but you like let's actually communicate with her. For I've been out here. I had my car. Don't let up.
I also just want to say that, like, once again, please check on your black women and, like, your black trans women, because once again, being even, like, an organizer, that shit is tough. That shit is tough as fuck. You have everyone watching you. You are always on camera. Black women already can barely do anything without being fucking, like, stereotyped or fucking criticized for anything that they do. For anything that they do. Whether it's tying their fucking shoes, wearing their natural hair, or wearing a goddamn wig. They can do fucking nothing without being continuously picked on by everyone. So please check on your black women. That includes organizers too, because this shit is tough. I don't know how they do this shit. How y'all do this shit. But please, like, once again, KJ has a community meeting popping up really soon, and I really hope to see all you guys, because I'm an air sign, I'm a Gemini, so I'm very vocal. I'm very vocal about how I feel and everything, so I hope that you guys can feel my energy and feel my vocalness and my fucking, like, craziness to come and join KJ's mental health check-in, because face it, this has been a tough fucking year. The toughest year I have ever had, and without me coming to New York and meeting everyone from, like, KJ to, like, people from AP, from people from Stonewall, I would not be here to this day. I would not be out. I would not have came out of as a black non-binary person. I would not be able to tell men to fuck off if I want to. At this point, if a man cat calls me, I can't call them right back. Like, what's up, shawty? What's up, shawty? You fur with that ass? I do everything. So please, I hope you guys can come. Once again, like, just so you guys can remember, please do whatever you need to do to come to this mental health check-in, because from City Hall, I remember these, and these were the fucking truth. This is how I made a majority of my friends and how I became close with my comrades, and it's fucking important. Your mental health is important. So that's it. And to Utopia for Fred!
To Utopia for Fred. Oh yes. Before we head out to family, we'd love to open the floor. Come on now. Oh yes. We'd love to open the floor for our brother now.
Come on, man. Y'all make some noise for Brother Nick.
I love y'all. So, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the black trans women, the black women who have been leading this movement and pushing it consistently, day in and day out, every single Thursday for what, 40 weeks already? For 40 weeks. And all my praises and all my blessings and all my love will always go to black women, because black women have raised me, black women have accepted me when I came out, black women are the reason I'm alive, black women are the reason I'm here and I'm able to fight. Black women have dealt with so much trauma after giving so much culture and art and passion and everything, and all they have received is trauma. So it is imperative that we are literally uplifting black women all the time, creating spaces for black women all the time. With that being said, I just wanted to touch a little bit on what happened, what occurred on Saturday, and what I've learned from that. Mostly what I've learned from it. So from that experience, I've learned that anybody, it doesn't matter if you're black, white, green, yellow, anybody who abuses people and consistently does it and dodges accountability is no better than police officers. And I think that we all need to acknowledge that. I think that once we acknowledge that, we can start moving forward, because we're in this space right now where we can't do actions don't go the way that they were going in June and last year, because we aren't dealing with the issue at hand. We are consistently ignoring it, it feels like. And I just want to say that in any space that I'm in, any space, if I see someone who has abused people and has consistently dodged accountability, I will personally deal with them. So if you have, and I really mean it, so if you ever feel unsafe in any space I am present, please tell me, please let me know, and I will personally deal with it. We all will, but you know, I will first. I will, right. So on Tuesday, many of you know, many of you don't know, the police knocked on my door at 8 a.m. in the morning. I live with my grandmother, with a warrant for my arrest. If you know me, you know I speak a lot. I'm outside a lot. I'm doing work a lot. And I don't really get like how I'm getting right now. I'm a little shaken up by it. And I just want to say that this shit is real, right? This shit is not a joke. Black people, underprivileged people in America are at the forefront of this movement, sacrificing their bodies and their time and their freedom to change the little bit of freedom we have, to change the world. And that comes with a price. All the great leaders before us, all the great leaders who have led the black liberation movement before us have been either murdered or imprisoned. They want to kill us. They want to stop us, and they want to discourage us. And they tried so hard to discourage me. When they took me to the precinct, they showed me a screenshot from a 4-hour-long video that they took of the Breonna Taylor March, and that was on YouTube. And the detective basically told me that there is more footage of that. Not even just that march, but just like all the marches. Like, they have footage of us. They have pictures of us. A lot of it. This shit is real. Can you start recording, please? Yeah. This shit is real. And this shit is dangerous. And I say that to say, I feel like we don't, even then, we are still struggling to be seen and acknowledged, still struggling for an ounce, just an ounce of power in this country. What I learned is that all we have is each other. When I got arrested and I posted it immediately, community, everybody, most of the people in this space hit me up and checked on me. And I was just so overwhelmed because I've never had that before. My entire life I've had to stroll through life, deal with everything alone. And it's still hard to adjust that there are so many people who care about us. And I think that we need to keep this. This is important, because if we lose this, we lose everything. If we lose this, we lose everything. And I'm not sure everybody understands that. Yes, Thursdays are about celebrating black joy and celebrating black people and black queer people and black trans people, but it's still a protest. And we are still fighting for our lives, even in that. And so when you're in the corner talking to your friends and drinking and smoking and shit while black trans women are speaking, you're showing all of us, these people are showing all of us that they don't actually stand with us. That they're just outside because it's trending. It's trending to be outside. A couple of years ago, it was taboo for any black politician to say Black Lives Matter. When there were 30 people walking in these streets, people weren't outside like this. But now all these politicians want to say Black Lives Matter for the black vote. We gotta see this. We gotta see this. They're trying to like take away how dangerous this movement is and how dangerous it is to be outside by popularizing it and putting it in the fucking media and music and on stage at the fucking Grammys like Tamika Mallory and shit. That's literally how they get us. These are tactics they use. And when they see that they have been trying to divide us for so long because conquer and divide has been a tactic that these white supremacists have always used and have been successful with, but now it's not working. So now they're trying to do other methods. They're trying to use other methods. And Tamika Mallory showed me that. That Grammys performance showed me that. And if that didn't show all of you that, I don't know what the fuck they're looking at. But we need to wake up. If we're trying to create a community that is sustainable, we need to be able to protect ourselves. Because if we can't protect ourselves, then we can't protect the black woman we fucking scream in the streets and say protect. We need to do more. We need to do more. And I know a lot of us have been doing more and it's draining, but shit, that's how we keep the movement going forward. There's no limits to our power, and the sooner we realize that, the sooner we will be able to achieve liberation. To be quite honest, I'm not patient. I'm impatient. And I want to find a fucking shortcut to this shit. And I'm tired of fucking dealing with this fucking all this abuse and shit in this community. After all we have endured, we resort to hurting each other. There is no room for that. There will never be any room for that if we are trying to build a sustainable community. This line of work is hard. We don't get paid. We are cold as fuck. Shit, we don't have money, we are broke. This is not easy. But nothing great in life comes easy. Nothing great in life comes easy. So if you are able to bail out when shit gets hard because it's cold and it's not convenient for you, then I don't even want to share space with you anymore. Because how the fuck I'm gonna go to war with you? I'm gonna be at the front lines with you, actually fighting. I can't trust you if you're bailing now. And I'm standing here and I'm actually really hurt right now. I'm extremely hurt right now. Because black women are not feeling safe in the spaces that we have created for black women. The spaces they created, their own spaces. We need to do more, we need to work harder, and we need to make sure that we are always amplifying black voices. We need to make sure that we are always supporting black people. We need to make sure that we are holding tight onto this community, and we are literally afraid of losing it. We need to be afraid of losing this. We need to be afraid of losing this community. I don't know, in the beginning of all this, I was so sure that this would last for years to come, and the same people I've been outside with will be outside with me forever. But I'm seeing the same people who were leaders in the beginning last year, not here now. Not here now. Because it's cold. Because they can't handle the cold. This is real shit. This is real life. People can be killed for being on the front lines. They have our pictures everywhere. In all of these fucking precincts. They know me by name. They know all of us by name. It's time to rise up. It's time to literally become more dangerous. We need to move like water or like a fucking raging flame or something, because it's not given. Come on, it's not given. And to all my white co-conspirators, allies, comrades, whatever you want to call it, you are also a leader. Y'all are also leaders. Black organizers, black trans women, black men shouldn't be the only ones spreading this fucking message. All of y'all should be spreading this message. Wake up. Wake up. This is your fight too. We scream that every Thursday, every time we're outside. And I still feel like I don't see enough being done. I literally fear for my life. And I literally fear that at a point in time, I will not be able to depend on community anymore. Because right now, we're in this shaking space. And there's not enough urgency to fucking fix it. We need to, let's go. We don't have time. Black people are dying, black trans women are dying. We all fucking dying, we don't have time. Let's get it together. Let's stick together. And let's work it out together. Let's move with love, like Joella always says. Let's move with love. Unity is the way. That's all I had to say, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Yeah.
Thank you.
All I wanted to say, to piggyback off this queen right here, was if you are in a black movement space and there is no black trans, that is not a black movement space. Period.
Well, family, we thank you all so much for coming out and staying out, because we are another virus, honey. It doesn't matter how cold it gets. It doesn't matter how hot it gets. Our liberation is worth it. Our freedom is worth it. And when we leave from this place, our family will feel like we stay. For vulnerable, intimate things shared here, it stays here. Please respect that. And folks that recorded, whatever the case may be, keep that to yourself, please. Because what is happening here is extremely powerful. What's happening here is extremely vulnerable. We want that continuing to happen, for the growth, for the healing to happen. So I thank you all for that. Thank you all for tomorrow. Be vigilant, be smart, be safe. We will see y'all tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. We'll be holding space at Foley Square for asylum seekers, for black queer, black trans asylum seekers. 5 o'clock tomorrow at Foley Square. And y'all know the vibes. We'll see y'all Monday at the park.
But who outside?
We outside. Who outside? We outside. Who outside? We outside. Who outside? We outside. Thank you so much. Thank you, family. We love y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was like, okay, you know.
Oh, that was your glove.
Yeah,
Y'all start banging on the glass.
That was, yeah, I was like, okay, maybe I should walk out of here, because I don't have any of my personal safety equipment on my helmet or anything. I'm like, I'm just not gonna get myself in a bad thing.
No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! Versus ass police! No justice! More misconduct! More misconduct! More misconduct! More misconduct! More misconduct! More
A lot of protesters without masks. That irritates me, but I think he's just mad that my centimeter penis is like twice as big as his. That's why they used to call me Centimeter Peter in school. With all that facial hair, my mask isn't doing much either. You'd be surprised. I got mutton chops, so the facial hair is actually coming out the sides of the mask. But even still, if it's not doing much, that means it is still doing something. No, I didn't shit on stream. I took a piss. Never coming back for the motherfucking pizza. Someone here ordered motherfucking pizza. I really want some motherfucking pizza. Oh, they got the fire started. We didn't start the fire. Hold on. I swear I saw like a lizard.
It's happening again.
What is?
Just this. It just keeps, you know, like they say, it's just happening again. Oh God, they started a small fire.
Yeah, they brought like a whole thing for it. We're roasting marshmallows and eating pizza, Steven.
I guess so.
So what did he say? There was a press conference in Denton at 9 a.m.?
I did not hear that part. I think I was either spaced out or taking photos or something and probably focused. So I probably got it recorded though, but...
Yeah, I probably did. First cop got acquitted today.
Yeah. I'm anticipating something.
Okay, it is not actually a thing. It's just on the concrete. Are on fire.
But Marv, you know I'm really shiesty. Let's go. OT niggas that you really slap. Tell the truth about your game, bitch, they really dead. Bitch, we got our own 5 and new security and the I thought you was a thug.
wondering where they live. Move to this shit from you come. Like the 80s, who's from back? Get it.
Hey, this is beautiful. And they scared to come outside. Boys, they better pray. Tell them boys stay out my way. Tell them ain't nobody safe on my mama, on my grave. We gon' put them in their face.
Did we lose stream quality again? I'm at 360. Like, I don't know.
Niggas know we stepping night and day. Let's go, y'all.
I think it's because like all the press are out here with their equipment too. We got a lot of people with phones right now.
You hear that church up in my verses, that's just how we raised. Fuck my mama Merkel, ain't nobody perfect. Lost my little brother, I've been trying to hide the hurt.
Push up on the other side and put them out on side.
They took that blood off his Jesus, please. Jesus, please, say that's a heaven for a real one. I had to smoke them, even Moses had to kill one.
Do it for the bills.
I swear this shit is getting, they scared to come outside. Harasses, niggas know we stepping night and day. Niggas know we stepping an hour late. Hurts, it ain't no mercy, that's just how we raise. You hear that church up in my verses, that's just how we raise. Though I feel cursed, I pray for better days.
Did you bring the marshmallows?
No, I think they want me. I can't catch a break. I'm losing niggas on the day.
I was hoping for bacon.
Every day I pray. Only God can take this hate.
You said it.
Lord knows just where it is. I have to spray. There it is. Same spot I seen him is the spot he like.
They ain't all bad.
Long live my brother. If anybody know this, let's sing for him. He a fun, giggly dude.
I'm gonna stay out here till 11:30 just to see if somebody roll up in here. If y'all want to stay with me, y'all can, but I'm gonna stay till 11:30. It's just one more hour just to see if somebody, just to prove our point for why we're here. Like we said, we'll be going back.
So I think we're gonna stay here for another hour.
The funeral, which is the 30th, is a Tuesday. So I'm just gonna stay here till 11:30 because I gotta get on to my baby.
Yes, ma'am. Where is Lee?
Everybody cool with 11:30? We're not gonna leave sis hanging, right? Let's go, because I thought they were scared to come outside.
So he mentioned something about a press conference at 9 in Denver. I didn't hear that. I was here for that part. Oh. That's tomorrow? Yeah, I think because Darius Tarver's cop got acquitted today. Ring a bell? Darius Tarver, where is he? Darius Tarver was the UNC student that died a year ago. Okay. Yeah, apparently this cop got acquitted today. I'm trying to find on film, but my right now because the media is clogging up everything. Darius Carter. Say what? Darius Carter. T-A-R-V.
My life going through many different phases. Gotta keep the gun on me, got so many faces.
There's Mr. Media Man. Look at him, he's a cameraman. Eating all my fucking bandwidth. Look at him go.
Get right in the field, I had to make a bag. The day he lost his soul, wish I could take it back. I just wanna go get one more bag with my niggas. Wanna be rich forever for my dog.
Do you remember them saying something about a press conference tomorrow at 9 for Darius Tarver?
No, I didn't hear anything.
I gotta see if I can find Lee before this is all over.
When he get out, we gon' have to check him like Christmas. If he try to rob a nigga, I gotta get the stick. I gotta slide on you niggas like a real stick. I don't know why all these legends always gotta die young, yeah.
out the grass. Out of everybody, I suspect that you ass. We supposed to take off his life. Get right in the field, I had to make a bag. Yeah, he lost it, so wish I could take it back. I just wanna go get one more bag with my niggas. Wanna be rich forever for my dog. I'll always ball until I fall. Hey, let me get a Marvin on 3. Marvin on me. 1, 2, 3. Marvin! 1, 2, 3. Marvin! That's real love, baby.
That's Lee's car. That's Lee's car.
I was ready. I was ready.
Calling Lee the racist, please.
Boy, we was ready. We was ready.
You were mentioning earlier a press conference tomorrow at 9?
Yeah.
For the Darius Tarver?
Yeah, Denton County prosecutors.
Denton County prosecutors?
Office, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, tomorrow, 9 a.m., Denton County Prosecutor's Office, a press conference. I don't know who's holding it, but it'll be in response to Darius Tarver's killer being acquitted, basically.
Thank you. I'll go with you. Cold-hearted nigga with the block. Gotta keep it on the die young. I'd rather be judged by 12. Don't go push bail, just look at my wrist.
Where are they going? The pizza. They're getting the pizza. What happened? So Darius Tarver had a... you'll find an article from about 30-40 minutes ago. His killer got acquitted. The grand jury decided that he didn't do anything. So they're holding a press conference tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the Denton County office.
I'ma go post bail, just look at my wrist. Tell me why the legend always gotta die quick.
Yep, this is a block party.
Me and my bando, trying not to matches. Rapping it fast, throw it in the attic. I be in the streets, I stand.
We're gonna be here for about another 45 minutes, see if anyone comes.
We was trapping in the basement, made it back 10. Gotta stay out the way, that's why I'm always 10. We was fighting bad cases, remember I was 2-0. Nigga was fighting depression, I was down below, but still I'm always in my head. Nigga gotta get my breath up. I ain't tryna die, I'm rock with one. Can't talk down to my Valencia. Ran out of
It's the internet. On the prison industrial complex. Prison industrial complex. D McD says raid. Shadow Legends sponsoring this stream. I was told there would be pizza, but the pizza has not arrived yet. I am a sad, pizzaless man. Pardon you. Oh, right, you need a song. D McD. D McD. D McD. D McD. D McD. Look, he's gonna pee. D McD. Oh, now, now they bring out the fire pit. What, no? You don't want my D McD song?
It's not break apart. How much it's for, y'all? It's not break apart. We got more logs. If you want to start another fire, call the police to do it. Right? We got more logs. So if you want to start another fire on top. He didn't make music, but he was like, just freestyle. That's my freestyle brother. Funny ass nigga. That's my freestyle brother. Hey, wait, hey, you gotta follow me.
No to raid Shadow Legends. We got a dog on the loose. Yeah, we got a dog on the loose. He wants belly rubs, but he just scared a bunch of scrubs.
Hey, no, don't open it. Yeah, keep it in the pot. Keep it in the wrap. Oh, all right. Light the wrap. Well, that window got
Someone's never been to a Boy Scout campout.
Where'd it go?
I know where there is one at the
The annual lighting of the log.
There's a snake in my boot.
Right here, boots. Hey, y'all wanna kick that hoe in there?
Before you light it, just try to kick it in there, because that's gonna burn. You can get fined for that.
Wait, kick what and where?
Try to kick that in there.
Police. See the lighter cube? What you talking about? No, she had a point.
She said we could get.
We're making fire. Feels so fire.
They have cameras out here.
Yeah.
Like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but I think all these cameras. That's what I think about. Fuck you! Oh my god.
Yeah, catch it, boy. Click at it. You know that hurt me. Crazy as a motherfucker. That ain't country.
Y'all ever heard of basin?
No.
Yeah.
Pouring out a drink on.
Pouring a drink out for the homies.
For the homies. For the dead. So you pour out a word. Say his name.
Harvard deserves the third.
Say his name.
Patrick Warren.
Patrick Warren Sr. Darius Tarver.
Oh, wait. Why you wasting?
Can you all name the names? All the names that you know?
Eric Garner.
Eric Garner.
Tatiana Jefferson. Tamir Rice.
Tatiana Jefferson.
Tatiana Jefferson. Tatiana Jefferson. Ahmaud Arbery.
Ahmaud Arbery.
Trayvon Michael Dean, Demetrius Williams, Damian Daniels. We already said.
I'm at the Collin County Jailhouse.
People suffer from mental health crisis alone. Damian Daniels was a military veteran, an Iraq War veteran. Him and his whole family went to fight the war in Iraq. Him and his two brothers. When he came back, he was 31 years old. He just purchased a home. He was in Austin, Bexar County.
No, that's San Antonio.
No, he was in San Antonio, Bexar County.
Travis County.
Anaya Jones. And Damian started seeing gray cats in his house, but he didn't own no cats. Right? And so he called his brother like, yo, there's this gray cat in my house and I think it's out to get me. His brother was like, oh, you tripping. His brother Brendan. Yeah. And so they knew they couldn't call the cops because they live in Texas. And so they called the Red Cross. And the Red Cross called the Bexar County Sheriff. And the Bexar County Sheriff sent out 2 officers to meet him at his house. They met him on his front lawn. His family talked to him. They were on the phone with him when the police arrived. And they were like, they're there to help you. And he was like, he wrote himself a note that morning. It says, don't let anybody hurt you. And he was focused on that note. And he had a service weapon on him. And he was standing in front of his door of the home that he had just purchased. And he was having a schizophrenic break. And so they were talking to him. They said, you want to come with us? He said, no, I'm not ready to go with you. Sir, your family sent us over here. You want to come with us? No, I'm not ready to go. And as they were talking to him, one of them was creeping up on him. And he had put it, don't let anybody hurt you. Don't let anybody hurt you. And so then the officer was creeping up, grabbed him for his gun. So he grabbed himself.
His service weapon.
His service weapon. They wrestled him to the ground and shot him in his chest and killed him. He was buried on September 11th in Mississippi. That's Damian Daniels. Everett Palmer is an even crazier story of a veteran that they killed. Anybody know about Everett Palmer? Google him. Everett Palmer Jr. is his name. His brother's.
Yeah, I remember talking. He put me on game.
It was Everett Palmer Jr. He was hey ladies, Google him. He's a handsome dude, big, swole, muscle bound.
I'm Googling right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he is cute.
Yeah. He's a heartthrob. Yeah. He was cute. He's dead now. He was having a mental health break. He said 1,000 folks were following him around town. He had 5 contacts. 5 families.
Hi.
They came in contact with him, they put him in jail. They came in contact with him, they put him in jail. No one ever got into a mental health. The last time they took him in jail, he was delirious in jail. And they said that they were afraid that he was
Say what?
Do
you have a squeaky toy?
Do I have a squeaky toy?
They sent 7 officers in the cell to help him. They sent 7 officers in the cell to help Marvin too.
You want it?
And they grabbed him. They held him down. They put a spit hood over his head. They tased him a couple
You really
times.
want this squeaky toy?
And he died.
All right, but you got to promise to take good care of him.
They also gave him drugs in the cell.
I've only got like 3,000 of these on Amazon.
And then they removed his brain, heart, and throat.
What you gonna name him?
They removed his brain, heart, and throat.
George.
George.
No, Jimmy.
Jimmy. Jimmy the pig.
Yes.
Well, congratulations. What's your name?
Princeton.
Princeton. Well, my name is Preston.
Hi, Preston.
Hi, Princeton.
Hi.
Jimmy the pig is now officially yours.
Sound like they was working hard.
Don't squeak it all in one place.
Last week, the district attorney...
That leaves me my one shitty pig in the car.